Hey, 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 what's up, my good people? Welcome back to Chemtrails. Chemtrails is the name, and Breaking Balls is the game. Alright, everybody, welcome. I hope you guys are ready for the mandatory Emergency Powers Proclamation, mandatory vaccination. Throw you down on the ground, and pin you down, and jab you in the arm with the inoculation. And you'll notice that I carefully chose the word inoculation and not vaccination because this is not a vaccination. It's actually, by definition, not even close to a vaccination. It's actually a biological gene therapy. And it is still not approved by the FDA. It's only by these emergency authorizations they're even able to roll this BS out. And I don't know if the FDA is going to approve it or not. Probably because they just like cater and pander and like sanction anyone that comes out with any other type of therapeutic or treatment, and um, they're just all in cahoots. These we what we're dealing with here, people, is really we've got ourselves a rogue, illegitimate government that is basically, um, you know, they absolutely do not have us, the United States citizens, their constituencies in their best interest. In fact, I think they're trying to kill us all. And, you know, it's not hard to arrive at that place when you start to analyze and look at this whole thing holistically. A lot of people in the beginning just kind of like giving the benefit of the doubt and just, it's a pandemic and we all just need to like, quite honestly, I could see through this thing, the bullshit from day one, but whatever. I did kind of like just say, okay, let's wait the 2 weeks and see what happens. But now that we are where we are now, here in Washington State, with our governor Jay Inslee, um, who you may have heard, may or may not have heard of him, but he was one of the presidential candidates this last election, and he touted himself as the environmental presidential candidate. And I find that to be very hilarious because it's actually quite sad because he's let Washington State go to pot, and we've got homeless people um, lining our rivers and our creeks, and it's just piles and heaps of trash. And I don't know, to call yourself someone who cares about the environment and to let your state look the way Washington State looks, it's quite a shame. Anyhow, back to the issue at hand here. For the main goal of this video is I want to show what our governor Jay Inslee has done under the guise of his special emergency powers granted to him during a pandemic, and now rolling out mandatory vaccinations for all state employees and beyond. And it's really causing quite a stink up here. There was actually a protest called No Mandatory Jabs today at the Capitol grounds, and it was probably the biggest turnout I've seen in terms of like the amount of people that showed up to like basically say, we will not stand for your medical tyranny and despotism, Mr. Inslee, and you're on notice. Um, there's a lot of people that are really, really fed up right now at this point, including myself, because I'm about ready to flush 22 years of public service down the drain because I absolutely decline his offer for mandatory vaccination as a term, you know, of my expectations for employment or their expectations of me to remain in that position. So my whole life is being turned upside down, and yeah, tumultuous times, as Mr. Inslee would say. Um, anyway, for starters, like to go ahead and just read the letter that he sent out to state employees regarding his emergency proclamation and the rollout of mandatory vaccination.
From Governor Jay Inslee, sent Monday, August 9th, 2021 at 2:05 p.m. I want you guys to pay attention to that date, okay? August 9th. Subject: COVID-19 vaccine mandate. Dear fellow state employee, I'm writing today to let you know that I am requiring, by issuance of proclamation, that all employees who work in state service for executive cabinet agencies must be fully vaccinated against COVID-19 by October 18, 2021, along on-site contractors and volunteers. I have also mandated vaccination in some private health and long-term care services. I am taking this action pursuant to my emergency powers as governor of the state of Washington found at RCW 43.06220. This is not a decision I made lightly. I directed my staff to listen deeply to stakeholders, including labor organizations and department managers, to understand the many challenges facing state government as we respond to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Many of you are critical frontline workers and serve the public in positions which were not able to be performed remotely. You have been courageous beyond measure. Many of you shifted your approach and managed to achieve continuity of services from your home in a way that we have never asked you before. This was hard, and you persevered in providing excellent service to the state in extraordinarily difficult times, while some of you experienced personal and professional losses due to the disease. This has been a grueling period for all. Now, we have the most effective tools available to operate safe workplaces and strengthen our commitment to the public. The COVID-19 vaccines, yay! You mean the Trump vaccine? The COVID-19 vaccines have been deemed safe and effective by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. That's bullshit, by the way. They have not been deemed safe and effective. They've only been authorized through emergency use, and that seems to be how they're rolling this whole son of a bitch out, is just like, hey, we have an emergency here, so we can just do whatever the hell we want. Constitution suspended. Your rights are down the drain, and we're going to railroad this shit through. I don't think the FDA is ready to approve that thing. But then again, you know, they are just kind of the right arm of government, and they just pander to their needs. It's all secret handshakes, smoke and mirrors, my people. But you guys know that. So they're deemed safe and effective. Oh yeah, well, go ask those people that are flopping around and dying and, you know, whatever else, bleeding from their eyeballs. Um, and comparable agencies around the world. Timing couldn't be better because we are also facing a new strain of the disease that is more easily transmitted and more aggressive, especially for unvaccinated persons. Bullshit. It's actually the friggin' vaccinated that are they're basically the Delta virus. The vaccinated are the plague. They are the lepers. Um, Hospitals are jammed and healthcare professionals are exhausted. In arriving at my decision on how best to keep employees and customers safe, I considered permitting an employee to elect to test on a regular routine rather than mandating state employees be vaccinated against COVID-19, but ultimately determined that option was not suitable. I would like you to understand that thinking. First, we have implemented a routine testing process in many of our 24/7 facilities for unvaccinated staff, and it has not prevented outbreaks. Unfortunately, outbreaks have continued to occur, affecting employees, clients, and families, and we have lost dedicated staff. Really, where are those numbers? Really, we? How long have you been collecting this data for? It seems kind of like BS to me, guys. Um, Increasingly, the scale of testing approach to across the entire state enterprise is costly and administratively burdensome. Well, so is getting a shot there, bud. That's kind of a burden. Don't know what to tell you. Sustaining a strategy which permits staff to test weekly would cost more than, get this, guys, 66 million per year, and still would not provide the protection in our work and care settings that we need. Really? 66 million. Why that number? It just seems to like go hand in hand with what I'm really going to be trying to point out here is that these assholes use numerology and numbers to communicate and also to do like chaos magic and basically witchcraft and occultism hidden right here into this message, because there's no way that this guy could know what that cost would look like. I mean, first of all, you don't know how many people are going to get vaccinated. So how many people are you going to need to test? You don't know that. You would not know that. And if you did know that, how do you come up with this exact 66 million per year? That is just like obviously a red flag. So boom, 66 million per year, and then also up here, August 9th, are my red flags, big time. And the thing about this August 9th, too, that's really obviously they picked this date to roll it out. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind, because prior to this announcement, I have learned that they've been wargaming this proclamation for weeks on end, and maybe even longer, because I've seen now we've had a director of one of our divisions leave. I've had another manager leave service. There's been like 2 or 3 like big managers that have left, kind of under weird circumstances. Um, and now I think I know why. I think they probably were part of this conversation and had, the forewarning that the vaccines were going to be mandated, and either they didn't agree or they weren't willing to take the shot, but one way or the other, they were removed from service. And we're talking like, within the last month, maybe month and a half. So how long have they been talking about this? I know for certain it's been at least 2 weeks, because one of my top managers has stated that she has been helping with this process and working with the governor for the last 2 weeks. And they also had this announcement meeting on our calendars that had been scheduled for weeks in advance. So it's like they knew it was coming, yet they didn't tell us about it until August 9th. It was like they just had to wait till August 9th to deliver this message for some reason. And I'll get into the why of that here in a minute. As we head into another surge of COVID-19 outbreaks across our state, driven by a rapidly increasing presence of the Delta variant, I mean the vaccine, it is more important than ever that we all act now to protect ourselves, our coworkers, and communities. Where have I heard that before? I understand we may not agree, but I hope this letter has helped you to understand the thinking which led to this decision. I expect your agency leadership will be communicating with you on the details and, where applicable, with exclusive bargaining representatives on the impacts of this mandate. Our agencies will also work diligently to support individuals with medical or religious beliefs to require accommodation from this directive. I am confident the time we have between now and October 18th is adequate to effectively implement this requirement and do what is needed to protect the safety of Washingtonians. Thank you for your compassion and service. Together we can combat COVID-19. Very truly yours, Jay Inslee. Oh, isn't that sweet? It's so nice and sweet. I know you care so much about our health. Okay, that's kind of, I guess, at this point, Exhibit A. And let's move to Exhibit B. So here this guy is saying that he's using his emergency powers to make this, proclamation. And then you got articles going back just a little ways, like not very all that long ago, July 6th, 2021 at 11:27. Oh, isn't that interesting? 11:27. Keep that in mind too, that date. We're going to get into all these numbers here at some point in this video, but for now, let's just go ahead and see what this Yahoo's got to say for himself. He should be ashamed of himself. Washington State Democrat Governor Jay Inslee said he won't reform emergency powers granted to him at the start of the coronavirus pandemic in an interview with Q13 Fox on Thursday. He then self-declared his pandemic performance award-winning after he shut down the economy for more than a year, permanently stripping away the livelihoods of thousands of residents in the state. When asked whether or not he would reform emergency powers, Governor Inslee said, "We have had such tremendous success in our state relative to other states. I don't see a reason for that. The calls we have made have been very difficult, but they have succeeded," Inslee continued. "I'm not sure you want to go back and reform when we've won the Super Bowl, and we've won the Super Bowl of the COVID pandemic." However, one can easily conclude with readily available data that the governor's claims fail to hold value, and his decision to shut down the economy is anything but award-winning, especially to business owners across the state who don't have a business to return to. According to the statistics from the Washington State Hospitality Association, WHA, there were more than 2,369 closures within the food service industry across the state of Washington. Out of those 2,369 closures, 1,023 restaurants have permanently shut down in King County, 624 in Seattle. The findings were based on phone calls made to 15,000 restaurants across Washington in August and September. The responses were based on those owners who responded to the survey. It's unclear how many participated, according to the Seattle Times. Yeah, I mean, 15,000, but there's probably it's probably like the VAERS database. You're getting like 1 to 10% of the real number. The economic deterioration isn't the only repercussion from Governor Inslee's forced lockdowns. Mental health declined across the state after citizens were forced to stay at home to stop the spread, and as a result, the suicide rate in Washington state increased. According to the United Health Foundation, suicides in the state of Washington increased from 19.4% to 21.5% between ages 15 and 24. So sad. Between the ages 75 and 84, suicides increased from 20.8% to 26.2%. While nearly every age bracket saw an increase in suicides, these age groups experienced the largest increase. Suicides in Washington increased even though the national average for death by suicide nearly stayed constant. Alcoholism, substance abuse, addiction, and death from drug overdoses in adults and teens have all skyrocketed during the mandated closure in the state. Yeah, it did. Friggin' liquor store was friggin' bumping. Inslee even sent COVID-positive patients to elderly care facilities and bribed the institutions with Medicaid funds to take them despite knowing the elderly were more at risk for the virus. And after entire facilities were wiped out from the virus at the start of the virus outbreak. Inslee claims of having greater success than other states fail to hold value as states like Florida, Texas, and South Dakota experienced a rapid decline in COVID-19 deaths after fully reopening their economies and ending the mandatory mask mandates months before the state of Washington. Washington State, along with Oregon and New Mexico, were amongst the last states to reopen after coronavirus pandemic swept through the U.S. Washington, Oregon reopened on June 30th, while New Mexico reopened on July 1st. there's a couple of comments down here I want to read to you because I thought they were pretty funny, actually. Well, not really funny is not the right word, but worth commenting on. So Carter here says, "You think they are gonna give up their newfound powers? That's funny." And this Sutatu, this is some tyrannical rhetoric. Someone should tell that guy about Cincinnatus. And I'm not sure what Cincinnatus is, but I'm looking to find out. And I'll probably have to check that out. Probably something significant. Anyway, you got articles like this that show this guy has refused to reform emergency powers. I wonder why. Wonder what he saw coming down the pike that he needed to keep those for. I think we know. All right. So what do we got here? The bipartisan case for putting limits on governor's emergency powers. This was in April 27th of 2021. Not all that long ago. And I find this very interesting because if the legislatures would have basically got off their ass and done their job and served their constituencies like they're supposed to, we wouldn't be in this God-forsaken mess that we're in right now with this rogue governor and his emergency power proclamations. Here we go again. I'm just, we can look at these dates, and I'll be damned. What do we got right there? 27, which is our 72. 28 minus 1 is another 27. 428, 2021. Not too sure about that, but probably could find something. But then here on February 29th, 2020, Jay Inslee shown on March 12th, 2021, declared a state of emergency, which is still in effect. So 2/29/2020, okay. 9 minus 2 is 7. February's number 2. You got another 27 or 72, however you want to look at it. And then Jay Inslee shown on March 12th, 2021, which is 6. I don't know. Don't want to go down the gematria rabbit hole on every single date, but it's so obvious to me that they absolutely, once again, I don't want to sound like a broken record here, but they absolutely, they're basically playing witches and warlocks and sorcery with all the dates and numerology. Totally occultist bullshit, and that's pretty much the aim of this video, is to show you this tyrannical emergency powers and whatnot, and how they actually choose select dates to release this stuff, and it really just is starting to become you can, every single time you can almost count on it, and it's so predictable, and it's also, I don't know, obvious to me that they're using some sort of chaos magic or some sort of language through numerology to communicate amongst one another. That's how their elites do it, and they just get off on this stuff, and you may be a staunch disbeliever, but I'm hoping that I can change your mind by the end of this video, and those of you who are already well aware of what they do, then this might just be interesting because you'll see some of the bullshit that we're going through up here in Washington State and how they're rolling this out, and maybe perhaps what you might be able to look forward to in your respective states. Hopefully not. I really hope not. So here we go. And of course, I don't know. They say this was opinion. Seattle Times opinions. So I don't find any of these news outlets to be credible, like sources and stuff. But in this particular case, I think this is probably. I think that this is probably a factual document and assessment. So we'll go ahead and go with it. Uh, Again, I don't know. I don't know if like this reporter is putting their own spin or anything like that. It seems like it's pretty bipartisan, so we're good there. I'm gonna go ahead and just read this. I know a lot of like times when I'm watching videos and stuff, I'll be like doing the dishes or I don't know, riding in the car, and I don't necessarily, all I want to do is like kind of hear information. So if I read this, maybe you guys might be hands-free doing something on your own, and you're still gonna, you don't have to, you'll hear it, and you don't have to be watching the screen and read it for yourself. So here we go. The 2021 legislative session concluded on Sunday. There were several bipartisan successes that will greatly benefit Washingtonians and communities across our state, and there were a few outcomes in which our opinions diverge. One issue that we agree was a missed opportunity by the legislature was emergency powers reform. The coronavirus pandemic has wreaked havoc on our state, tragically ending lives and devastating livelihoods. As state representatives, we have heard unimaginable stories of heartbreak from our constituents. The pandemic also has expanded the role of state government in our lives in ways we never imagined. On February 29, 2020, also known as 2/11 or 2/27, 72, huge number for J, it seems, or for this New World Order Great Reset timeline. They really like that 72. Anyhow, I digress. Gov. J. Inslee declared a state of emergency. Nearly 14 months later, we are still under this order with no end in sight. On May 3rd, what do we got there? 33? Yes, we do. 3 times 3 is 9. 33 is your master, just pull up a picture of Mr. Albert Pike, and you'll see the symbolism for 33. It's everywhere, especially with this pandemic. I have videos, some of the first videos I made of covering COVID. I had full segments of like all the 33 symbology. So if you wanted to go back and look at that, you could see for yourself. It's just everywhere. So on May 3rd, more restrictions could be placed on counties across our state. For background, our state laws related to emergency powers allow the governor to waive or suspend laws and prohibit certain activities. The waivers or suspension of laws are limited to 30 days and require approval from legislator to extend. Of greater consequence, the prohibitions can last longer if a state of emergency is in effect and do not require legislative approval to remain in place. Compared to most other states, our legislature plays a relatively limited role during emergencies. In fact, Washington State has become an outlier. Isn't that great? Our executive branch needs the ability to respond quickly to pandemics, natural disasters, terrorist attacks, and other emergencies. However, there must be limits. No shit. Washingtons were not meant to be governed by emergency orders or the decisions of one person for months on end. I couldn't agree more. It is imperative for the legislature to restore proper balance to the government. That's why we introduced House Bill 1557. Not even going to go into I don't know, there's probably all sorts of shit in there too. The bipartisan legislation is designed to ensure adequate legislative uh, involvement in long-lasting states of emergency. Specifically, it would cause a state of emergency to expire after 60 days unless extended by the legislature. The measure would also allow the legislature to terminate a state of emergency on its own authority. These reforms would bring us in line with what our other states are already doing. More importantly, they would provide all 147 state lawmakers and the people they represent a proactive role during uncertain and unprecedented times. As we think about emergency powers reform, the voices of our constituents are critically important. Our hearts break for the single mom who is having trouble finding childcare because her child cannot go to school. The small business owner has not been the same since his dream was labeled non-essential. The grandmother who has not been able to see her grandchildren for so many others. And I can really speak to that myself. Like during the COVID pandemic, I lost my youngest brother, who was in San Francisco hospice, and he died in the hospice all alone without his family because they wouldn't allow us to come and see him, and it really, really was tough. It broke my heart, but even more than my feelings, I really felt for both my brother, but also mostly my mom, who this is her baby, and it absolutely killed her. I mean, literally killed her. Like, she's still alive, but I could just tell how much sorrow and pain she was going through at that time. I mean, we all were, but this is her baby, and she's not even allowed to go and see him because of, guess what? COVID. Unbelievable. Yet, if you're an illegal alien, just come on over the border and travel about the country freely. No worries. No vaccine, no testing, free money, free whatever you want. But yeah, if you want to go see your dying son, forget it. It's just unbelievable. Anyway, as we think about emergency powers reform, the voices of our constituents are critically important. Well, I just read that part. These voices reflect a broader context of public health and what these decisions of state government have meant for mental health, substance abuse, homelessness, crime, the isolation of seniors, and the social, emotional, and academic growth of our young people. Their stories belong in the legislative process where they can be heard, understood, and weighed by state lawmakers. We acknowledge Gov. Inslee and his administrative have handled aspects of this pandemic response well. However, there have been failures, including the delivery of unemployment benefits and the initial vaccine rollout. Many of these decisions were made behind closed doors with little or no input from the legislature. In fact, we often learned of new policies when or after the media was informed. If given the opportunity, it is possible state lawmakers would have enacted many of the same policies the governor imposed, but those decisions would have been made after ideas were vetted, debated, and refined through a process that included the public. And they would have likely resulted in more support from parts of the state where the governor's decisions have been unpopular. Sorry guys, I'm going to have to pause this right here because my dog is barking and it's like 3 in the morning and I don't know what in the hell she's barking at. Kind of concerning. I'll be right back. Bye. Okay, I'm back. Where were we? Oh yeah, the dog was going crazy and I'm not sure what it was, but something was out there. And we left off on this sentence. I'm just going to read this paragraph again. I'm sorry. If given the opportunity, it's possible state lawmakers would have enacted many of the same policies the governor imposed. But those decisions would have been made after ideas were vetted, debated, and refined through a process that included the public. And they would have likely resulted in more support from parts of the state where the governor's decisions have been unpopular. Yeah, very unpopular. although he still remains to keep getting elected somehow. The coronavirus is serious, and the need for an effective coordinated response remains important. But this should not prevent the legislature from examining how our state government should respond to emergencies in the future. House Bill 1557 will carry forward into the 2022 legislation session, after everyone's all jabbed up, as will this important debate. We hope a majority of the legislature is more receptive to the idea next year. The conversation between Democrats and Republicans is happening in many other legislatures around the county. It should be happening in ours as well. And it looks like it was Drew McEwen, a Republican representing the 35th Legislative District in the State House, and Mike Chapman, who's a Democrat representing the 24th Legislative District in the State House. Things get a little screwy, and it's a real kick in the nuts. You might find yourself, like me, getting a little bit hot under the collar over this one. So please let me introduce Emily Inslee. This is her current LinkedIn profile, and I just went out to this page in the last 24 hours and took this screenshot. So it's not like this is an old, this isn't like an old screen capture or anything like that. It's like fresh off the presses. And you'll see here that Emily Inslee, this is Jay Inslee's daughter-in-law. She's apparently married to his youngest son. You'll see that she is the program officer at Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And not only is she an employee at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, she's on the board, okay? The board, which I think is kind of a big deal, especially when you consider this. So Jay Inslee's daughter-in-law is working for the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. She's on their board. And you've also got Jay Inslee saying, I am requiring by issuance of proclamation that all employees who work in the state service for executive cabinet agencies must be fully vaccinated against COVID-19 by October 18, 2021, along with on-site contractors and volunteers. I have also mandated it in some private health and long-term care services. I am taking this action pursuant to my Emergency Powers Proclamation that I've refused to hand over and have basically vetoed out so that I can keep my emergency powers. And I've also, even though I've had legislatures draft Bill 1557 asking to remove my emergency powers, but no, we have not done that. So basically everyone over there at the Capitol campus here in Olympia, Washington has failed miserably, and they've allowed Jay Inslee to keep his emergency powers just long enough so he could roll out a mandatory vaccination for everyone. And it turns out it's not just the executive branch, he's also extended it to all the higher ed and universities, and he just like amended his first statement, including a much larger swath of the population. So basically we are all, you know, in Washington State, we are either to get the Trump vaccine or lose our jobs, unless we have a medical an exemption or a religious exemption. But I can tell you right now, they don't even have the forms. The HR offices are inundated. The labor unions are inundated. They have no idea what's happening, and they are dragging their feet on this, and probably most likely will not be able to have any way to process those exemptions in time before people need to be vaccinated and either or be terminated. And I can tell you right now, I'm about to flush 22 years of public service down the drain because there's no way in hell I'm getting that clot shot. And I did already send my letters and stuff. I will show you guys my statement and declination later in this video. But I've already sent it saying there's no way, and we'll see what happens. I'm not holding my breath that I'll have any sort of exemption there because they pretty much said it's going to be on a very minimal basis, and I'm sure they're going to make it absolutely as hard and difficult, and you know, and at the end of the day, I know I'm heading for some rough times here financially if I lose my job, but at the same time, I just I might just be done. I don't think I can work for these assholes anymore. I mean, obviously, um, it's an evil, illegitimate, corrupt government, and I just don't even want any part of it anymore. So maybe it's a blessing in disguise, except for like now it's definitely gonna turn my world upside down, and I'm gonna have to figure it out, I guess. Um, Also included here in her LinkedIn is her little resume, and I just took this first one. She's been there for 8 years and 1 month as a program officer. And then before that, she was a program manager for global policy and advocacy, the philanthropic partnerships team at Bill and Melinda Gates for 2 years. So um, I guess like, she's had some pretty substantial friggin' positions. And she was a program coordinator, promoted to program manager, and then she went to program officer, sitting on the board. A total of 8 years and 1 month. And prior to that, she was with a company called Global Washington something. I'm not sure what that is, but um, so we already know right here policy briefs um, that link between nutrition and HIV therapy. Okay, red flags. And provided by the president's emergency plan for AIDS relief. Oh, she's so dirty. Right there is just red flags going up. And then of course when you throw in the word global on anything, she's a damn globalist, friggin' policy person working for Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Stinks to high heaven. I wouldn't trust her as far as I could throw her. And then, of course, I put this together for my Facebook page and posted it, and I had kind of a mixed bag of responses. Most people just being like as pissed off about it as I am, but also you've got those just it's unbelievable how they can like get behind Inslee and still protect him on this and act like they're doing the world a favor by trying to save lives. Like, oh well, she's doing God's work. She works for the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation doing philanthropy. Philanthropy? What's the problem? I mean, that's great. Oh well, the problem is now her friggin' father-in-law is trying to make us all get this vaccine. You don't see any problem there? Conflict of interest? Anyone? Anyone? Uh, yeah. So anyway, I put this out. It says that just in case anyone had forgotten about them or missed this, it aged quite nicely, sadly. If only Inslee and these corrupt politicians put a fraction of the effort into making Washington State and Olympia not look like shit, as they do making secret handshakes and shady deals, I'd be willing to wager a bet that Washington State and Olympia would be 99.9% cleaner and safer. Hands down. Little fun fact about J.A. Inslee is that he doesn't even live in the governor's mansion, which is right here on the Capitol campus. And it's a gorgeous brick, old Tartarian mud flutter, like old world architecture. Gorgeous place, right? Looking over the Capitol Lake and the view of the Olympics. And it's a gorgeous property right next to the Capitol building. But no, he doesn't live there. It's vacant. He's chose to live in Bainbridge Island, which is nowhere near here. Apparently, he doesn't want to be near the Capitol and the legislature. And the funny thing is that well, it's not funny at all for those of us who live here, but it's just kind of like it's absolutely disgusting, actually. But underneath the governor's mansion on Capitol Lake The whole parkway is nothing but garbage, tents, and homelessness and crime, and it it's just right underneath the Capitol building and the governor's mansion, and it's just letting that fester down there. And I guess he doesn't care because he's not living there. He's not here in Olympia conducting business or worrying about his constituency. He's more worried about the homeless's rights and defunding the police and being a sanctuary city and global warming and um, their new buzzword of equity and all this, gender, neutral gender bathrooms and et cetera, et cetera. All that garbage. He's more interested in that. Oh, and of course, he wants you to get the vaccine, by the way. He's more interested in that than just like um, basically like serving the taxpaying constituents that live here that are like totally fed up with the situation of our, the theft, the crime, having to like basically, with the kids at the playground, there's needles and like, I mean, it's a friggin' biohazard down here, and none of them are wearing masks or being vaccinated. They're running wild in the streets, stealing shit. I mean, the sun goes down and they come out. The freaks come out at night to come steal your lawnmower or whatever. I know I've had iPad, friggin' sunglasses broken into my car. I mean, I don't leave valuables really out there, but they definitely come prowling, and some people are having. I mean, I've seen like in the last week, like massive, like Chevy trucks and trailers and boats. I mean, they're not just taking little things. They're taking big things, and they're become so brazen that um, they'll do it daylight and broad daylight at Costco. If your truck's out there, they'll take it. They'll pull your car. Anyway, I put this out and I got some mixed responses. I'm amazed that people are still like they see this and they can't. And I guess they just they're so liberal. They're so liberal, and they think this guy's just like looking out for their like he's just putting their wing around them and just he's nesting them like he's worried about their health, and it's pathetic. Anyway, sometimes people need to see the dots connected to believe there really is a major conflict of interest. So here you go. Washington State friends. This is Emily Inslee, the daughter-in-law of our state's governor, Jay Inslee. She is married to his youngest son, and Emily works on the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation board. And here you have Inslee saying Washington will not open until a vaccine is available. Now keep in mind, this was written, I think I put it out like in 2020, early in 2020, back when we didn't have a vaccine. And, we were going to stay closed until we got one. Well, that's, here we are. We went from like a vaccine available to now everyone must have a vaccine or you lose your job. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation has backed 7 COVID-19 vaccine candidates as part of a $250 million fund for efforts against this pandemic. Gates stands to make billions more back partnering with these companies if they can get the high vaccine uptake they are hoping for, which can be easily done if the demand is high or if it's mandated for school reentry or employment, ding, 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 or reopening the states entirely. Who else is tied to Bill Gates and his master plans for fame, fortune, and worldwide use of vaccines from cradle to grave? White House Coronavirus Task Force lead member Dr. Anthony Fauci. What a shocker! So surprised. He is on the board's leadership council. Oh, he's on the board too, right next to Miss Inslee. Along with WHO's Director General, Dr. Margaret Chan. And I cannot stand Margaret Chan. What a bitch. She just grates on my nerves. Like, I have to just like turn her off the minute she comes on because I mean nothing just gets under my skin faster. By the way, Gates is the second top contributor to the World Health Organization who partners closely with the CDC. Well, yeah, we all knew that already. If you didn't know that, you should go out and watch James Corbett's video called Who is Bill Gates? And it will open your eyes to just how intermingled he is in all this, and how he is basically gaining to profit and has everyone. I mean, these people are all bought and paid for, and their pockets are being lined. But you can't tell me that there is not a conflict of interest of having Jay Inslee's daughter-in-law on the board of Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and he's sitting here telling us we all have to have the vaccination. Get out of here. If you can't see that all these people are not independent doctors and organizations working for the good of the people, I don't know what else to tell you. They are all strategically weaving together a narrative to profit billions, more than likely trillions, on a fast-track, largely untested vaccine. And there is one other thing here, is there's another guy who's a senator. His name is, I forget his name, but Nguyen or something like that. Well, he just happens to be like way high up in Microsoft. So he obviously has ties to Bill Gates, and he also lobbies as a senator, and passes legislation that basically scratches Microsoft's back, like all state software, computer systems, and training, and everything is Microsoft, and they're all in bed together. It's just absolutely disgusting. And then, of course, Paul Allen, who died a few years ago, who was also part owner of Microsoft. He mysteriously just kind of like kicked the bucket with leukemia, which I find that very suspect, because I think Paul Allen was a nice guy, maybe, perhaps, and maybe he learned about the plan. Maybe he knew too much, and I feel like Bill Gates and probably others killed him. They probably killed him because he knew too much, or he was going to be a hindrance to the plan that they're rolling out now. All right, guys, this is where we're going to get a little bit into some of this gematria, okay? And I'm realizing now that this video is almost about an hour long, so I think I was planning on showing a lot more in this video than I'm actually going to. I am going to get us started and thinking about this, and I'm going to follow up with probably a volume 2 of this video, just because I know that when they get too long, people just pass them by, and it's just, I get it. I don't like the super long ones either. I do hope you understand it's hard to cram all this information into an hour, so I think it's better just to I think what we'll do is we'll just go ahead and break it into 2 parts, and that way it'll be more I don't know, amenable and adaptable and digestible for everyone. So, and I won't have like people bitching about how long it is and all that. Because believe me or not, that does happen. And I'm like, hey, you know what the nice thing about a video is that you can just, pause it, rewind it, fast forward it, leave it, come back to it. That's the beauty of video, guys. It's not like you have to sit and listen to it all at once. I know I definitely have to. I mean, I watch a lot of videos, and I don't sit on. I can't just sit there and watch them all in one shot usually. So I get it. That's why I'm doing this. So hopefully that helps you out. Now, what I'm going to show you now is that even for the staunch disbeliever out there, that any of this is real, and that gematria, or if they don't understand gematria, and believe me, I'm probably not the best person to explain what it is, but what I've done is I've gone to I went to the Wikipedia, and I'm going to give like, well, let's just go out there and do that. Here it is. Okay. So gematria is an alphanumeric code of assigning a numerical value to a name, word, or phrase according to it says a single word can yield several values depending on the cipher used. So for example, like in English cipher, we've got A through Z, so A equals 1, B equals 2, C equals 3, and so forth and so on. Q equals 17. That's like the English cipher, and then they've got Hebrew and Jewish and like a bunch of different ones, Arabic, and they all have a different cipher. So based on the alphabet or whatever place in the alphabet they start, you get different values. I hope that makes sense. So anyway, when we're looking at gematria, we're bringing in like a numeric value that is assigned to that phrase. And a good example I always like to use is like Aleister Crowley or David Bowie. These guys, they were like big Kabbalists, like warlocks, whatever you want to call them, man witches. Those were not their names. Those were not their original names. They went out and found their persona names based on the numeric value that was assigned to it. So I hope that helps you to understand what I'm talking about here. So like for instance, if a number value has a number of 666, for example, and then you go look at the different word phrases that are associated with that numeric value, you start to see that there's certain things about like COVID, for example, and vaccines and way beyond. There's so many things attached to that number. And I mean, even innocent things you thought were innocent, like mayonnaise, for example, has a number value of 666. Really just makes you wonder. And then you'll also notice that another number value with 666 is 111. And like, I don't know about y'all, but I see that number everywhere. When I was in the Seattle Underground, it's like 111 Yesler. The state capitol building has a 111 Sid Snyder. The courthouse is 1110 Capitol Way. The Fish and Wildlife Natural Resources building is 2111 Washington Street. Just to give you an idea of how prevalent that is, especially as an address. And it basically means 666. So, and then of course in like the Bible, the scripture, it says like 666 is like 6 3 score 1, something along those lines. And I'm wondering if there's maybe that's where that comes from too. Could very likely be, but I'm just saying that once you start to see, you start to recognize some of these patterns. The number 44 is like the death number. Well, it just so happens that is built into the architecture in just about every single government building, from all the way from California all the way up to Victoria, BC. And I have the pictures to prove it because I went boots on the ground and looked at all the architecture, and I have found that it's all coded. It's all coded. And I think that I really do think that the significance between the number 44 is because in our DNA we have two stereo pairs of 22 in our helix, those, the helix coils of DNA. There's 22 stereo pairs, and what they're trying to do with this vaccine is create another strand of DNA, another strand of 22, which would make us 66. And that's why we see these 66 all the time. And 666 is the number of a man, right? Are you guys starting to catch my drift on that? Anyway, we're currently at 44, and they want 66. And so we see these numbers everywhere. I can't even tell you. The water garden feature, which is a water fountain that was built by Lawrence Halpern, I've covered it extensively in my videos. It's one of the weirdest fountains you'll ever see, but it's basically 4 quadrants of 11, and they're like these like blocks, like kind of like black flag, like coffin boxes, and 22 of them have horizontal lines that almost kind of look like DNA, or just like, it's really interesting. It's a cement structure with horizontal lines, and then 22 of them have vertical lines, and they're all intermixed. But there's 4 quadrants with 11 in each quadrant, and 22 matching and 22 matching, and it's just like DNA. It's absolutely just like DNA. And then he also did Freeway Park. He also did the UN down in San Francisco. He did stuff in Spokane. Lawrence Halpern was a self-admitted known Zionist socialist. Okay, we got pictures with him, of him shaking hands with Bill and Hillary Clinton, and Dwight Eisenhower, I believe, a bunch of different presidents and like prominent people. He spent a great amount of time in Israel. The dude, I don't trust him. He was apparently in the Navy during World War II, and there's an interview of him saying that he was on a magnificent destroyer and that got blown up, but he somehow survived. And if anyone knows what like code word for destroyer is, that's basically, the destroyer is Lucifer, is Satan. And just if you watch the interview, and I think it's actually highlighted, I showcased it in one of my videos. The way he says it, with like kind of like this like I don't know, emphasis and a squint in his eye, is almost like he really wanted that to be known, that when he said that he was on a magnificent destroyer. And of course, all the while he's wearing an eye patch over his left eye, which is symbolism for or actually I think it's over his right eye. It's like left hand pat, the left hand pat. That's why all these Illuminati and stars wear the eye patch, like Madonna. Look it up. They're everywhere. They also put their hand over one of their eyes, and they put triangles over their eyes, and flashing all this 666 Illuminati symbolism in their pictures, and like it's nonsense. But and then of course Lawrence Halpern's also wearing a turtle shell. It's a turtle bolo tie, which I've talked about extensively in my other videos. But the turtle symbolism in masonry, and I don't know, it's way deep. And the fact that he's wearing a tortoise shell bolo necktie is telling you a lot about him just in that symbolism alone. Plus, he's got the gold mason ring on. I mean, the dude is. He's a great architect, actually, and he was well renowned, and he seems like a nice guy. Honestly, you want to like him, but nah. Oh, he also built the Ira C. Keller fountain in Portland. It says on the engraving on the front of the fountain says, "Beauty comes from us, not tyranny." Just so weird. Oh, he was also responsible for the a fountain in Washington, D.C. that was very popular. That I think it was where they housed the statue of Albert Pike. Anyway, I digress. I just wanted to kind of give you a baseline of what this gematria is about, and if you don't think that they use it, watch this, because it's about to, get real here. So, this year, since we had to do a virtual New Year's at the Needle, here you go. T-Mobile, the Space Needle, New Year's at the Needle. Look at that. There's your 111 times 6. That must be why. Okay, there it is. You see the 111 everywhere. Times 6 equals 666. Anyway, the symbology here for the needle, you got your 666. Okay, there's your gematria. Pretty clear connection right there. But then you go on to this is a virtual New Year's celebration that we had in lieu of the fireworks. But I slowed the screen down and I took screen captures, and wouldn't you know it, look what happens. What is going on here? We've got, this is like, this is the top of the Space Needle, and the firework blows up, and then you get this big ass demon face. It gets better. Look at this guy. You see him right there with his bat wings? Look at that. Some kind of demon, if I ever saw one in my life. And then, here we go. Look at this guy. I actually see two demons. Look at, there's like a face and horns there, and then there's this. It's almost like there's two demons. And then this is all like lilies and stuff down below, which if you know the water lily, there's a lot of symbolism there too. I'm not going to go into that right now. Look at that. Is that the Dark Lord himself? Look at those like cape wings. The only thing he's missing is some big ass like horns. But that is, guys, that shouldn't be coming out in the firework display, okay, on New Year's Eve, okay? It gets better. Look at this. So the gematria is telling you it's 666, and then these demons start popping out? Okay. Cool. Not really. And then, of course, if you don't think, how's that? So this is for Thelema, which is Aleister Crowley type stuff. And look how it's just built right into those dimensions. And I have to, actually, I forgot to import one here. Oh, this is wild. This is when the last Pope resigned, and like the minute he resigned from being Pope, lightning struck the Vatican like twice in a row. But that's a shot of the Vatican getting hit by lightning right when he stepped down. And you know, lightning has got a very big significance in the Bible and the Scripture. It's like, you know, omens, and it was a pretty big deal. And to me, yeah, one strike of lightning would have been a coincidence, maybe, not really in my mind. That's actually not a coincidence. I think something happened when he stepped down. It was like prophecy was being fulfilled. But being struck twice in a row at the same, I mean, what are the odds of that happening right at the moment he stepped down? Within 2 minutes, I think there was 2 strikes to the Vatican dome. That cannot be a coincidence in my mind, okay? Shoot, I've got a picture of, bear with me, guys, bear with me. It's getting late. It's 7:30 in the morning, and I'm just going for it because why not? I mean, I'm losing my job. My whole life is being turned upside down. Is it going to kill me to stay up and make this video? I think it's very important, and I know my dog would rather me be over there like snuggling with her right now, because that's kind of what we do. She doesn't like, she really, okay, here's the picture I'm looking for. It was worth it. I think I mean, most of the people on my Facebook or Instagram or whatever have seen this from me. And they're probably sick of it. Joel, stop showing us the Space Needle DNA helix coil. And say, no, you need to look at it again, because would you just look at it? So this is Seattle. home of Bill Gates. And we have this weird Space Needle that they just did a massive renovation on, by the way. Massive, cost tons of money. Who the Space Needle was built and funded by Wright. I think it's Frank Lloyd Wright, something like that. But the last name's definitely Wright. And that dude and Lawrence Halpern and let's see here, Lloyd Wright, Halpern, Gates lives in Seattle. They had the World Expo when they built this, right? And so, Paul Allen, of course, too, who owned the Seattle Seahawks and also the basketball team, Oregon Trailblazers. Super rich dude. He built the EMP, Experience Music Project in Seattle, and so there's like these like top dogs there, and they're all kind of connected, and some weird shit happened with Paul Allen, but I just find it very strange that we have the Space Needle, and then on New Year's Eve, the gematria adds up to 666, and this is the beginning of 2021, and what are they trying to tell us about 2021 in our subliminal predictive programming? It's obvious. Look at this DNA helix coil coming down of a needle, vaccine needle. Hello? And then it's shrouded with shit like this. We're talking, you know, Aleister Crowley stuff and demons. We got demons. This was how I rang in the new year this year, and when I saw that, I was just like, oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. Like, it's that in your face. I guess apparently all of this is just, it's right in your face. Most people don't see it. A lot of people do. I'm making these videos because I really don't make a video like this for like the people who actually even watch my channel, because y'all are smart and know what's up. I mean, big time. Like the comments, and I mean, I know I'm not talking to you guys, my subs, but and I appreciate you all very much. By the way, but I'm really not. I feel like I'm probably not teaching you guys very much, but to the person who's never seen a chemtrails video or seen some of this stuff, I'm hoping that I am reaching them, because what's happening in Washington State is coming to a state near you, and right now, y'all better wake your ass up before you go and take the mark of the beast clot shot, or just like, you know, not know what to be looking for, or to know the truth about what is actually happening. You really, and you know, some people may have avoided this all their life because it's uncomfortable, and they just, you know, they'd rather just go through life having fun and not being inconvenienced with this stuff. But I think that time has come to pass. Otherwise, I mean, you could just live in total denial, cognitive dissonance, out of reality, and then one day, here real soon, you're going to get caught off guard, and you're not going to know what the fuck hit you. Pardon my French. Okay, so here we go. This is something I put out on Facebook just the other day, right after I got the. Well, actually, I've been doing this for time immemorial. But after Jay Inslee came out with his little proclamation, I decided to remind everyone that gematria plays a big role in, you know, values assigned to words, okay? And there's certain numbers that we know are ominous to say the least, but 666 and 111 happen to be two of them. So anyway, in this message I say it's already too late for many, which is true. If you got the shot, you're sitting on a powder keg, and who knows, man, when that keg is going to blow on you. So just be forewarned. But those who have not yet tainted their biological materials, y'all better wake that ass up with a quickness. Gematria is an alphanumeric code assigned to a numerical value to a name, word, or phrase according to its letters. A single word can yield several values depending on the cipher used, like we explained earlier. And here's a link to, if you don't want to take my word for it, here's a link to Wikipedia Gematria, and then also here is a link to the Gematria calculator I used, which there's a few of them out there, but this one I tend to use. Just works, I don't know, it seems to work good, but I have compared results on all of them, and Gematria is pretty much Gematria. If your calculator is working right, you're going to get the same results. And honestly, like, I've tried them all, and they seem pretty legit. I just happen to like this one. But you can see here, if you use this link right here, you can go and do this. Actually, tell you what, instead of looking at this screenshot, I'll just go and calculate the value right now, so you can bear witness how to do it, and also, so you know I'm not pulling your leg here. Just hit this button, calculate gematria. It's that easy. And then what do we get? So right now we're looking at Jewish gematria. Most of the stuff that we're going to get major hit, this is hitting pretty hard on this number for sure. But most of the stuff we're going to see that is really going to blow your mind is going to be in the English gematria, is what I typically find. But Babylon's God, okay, chosen number, a mathematical number. Definitely some stuff in here to raise an eyebrow at, for sure. Like, what does that mean? These are things that match 2666, like that value. So let's scroll down here. Now we're moving into English, okay? And the first thing we get, 13 American banks. And we know 13 is major. Encoding. What's the third thing that comes up? Wow. Vaccination. What's the fourth thing? A COVID vaccine? Really? Okay. Mark of the Beast. Joe Biden Beast. A satanic mark. A president. Bunch of Biden shit. Calculate name. Biden hexagram. Computer. Beast is real. New York. The Beast. Ancient Gods. Billie Eilish. Deutschland. Santa Claus. Bible source. Original God. Heaven and Hell. Confucius. Bolsonaro. Isn't that the dude that Biden was doing some shady shit? No, wait. He's one of those international dudes, right? Mm-hmm. Created heaven. Just go ahead and hit more results, and then, because there's way more results, we're just barely scratching the surface here, people. You'll notice it brings you back to Jewish on the next page, so you're going to see some things here, but they won't be quite as hits as we will see in probably the English cipher. That's just been my experience. I mean, there's definitely hits like that will blow your mind, like the red cherry. That's, if you look into the cherry, oh, right there, Bill Gates and Paul Allen. Weren't we just talking about them? 1200, 12th man, Seattle Seahawks. Interesting. And see, this is coming up in the Jewish. Undress areola. Number of a microchip. Thomas Cruise. Okay. But the cherry is pretty incredible, and I think that's why they probably used what's George Washington chopped down the cherry tree. Okay, here we go. Biden sacrificed. Pizzagate. Humanity. Bible God Satan, Jack Dorsey. He's the dude that runs Twitter. God of Israel. Witchcraft, and this is how I actually came across this, is because in Mr. Inslee's email kept saying mandatory, 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 everything was mandatory. And so I typed it in, and that's when I came up with, oh, mandatory, huh? Okay, gotcha. I see where this is going. Right next to the witchcraft. And then you got Walter Reed. Isn't that where that's a hospital that Trump was treated for COVID? So I think that you'll find in these lists there's a lot of things that will have direct linkages to the things that have happened during this pandemic, for sure. Okay, helicopter. We covered the helicopter. There's a lot of symbology behind the helicopter. I'm not going to get into it, but you see the number value. And how many of you got helicopters flying over your house like I do? I know I live near a base, but they're up to something, man. They are flying over and flying low, and I feel like I'm living in a damn war zone. Look at this, Monsanto, Nikola Tesla, you don't say. And then here we go, iPet Goat 2. A COVID-19 vaccine matches up with 111, which is the address of every single building on this campus over here. And then, of course, 666. King Harry, image of Satan, biochip, Satan's hell, mark of the beast. I think you can keep going, and I'll keep going just for a little bit longer here because it just blows my mind. But what about you guys? Can you believe that? Crazy, huh? Oh, remember that song, I'll Be Your Freakazoid? Look at that. That's what I'm telling you guys, like the Hollywood and movie stars, and if you get into you become a rock star, like the songs you write, the albums you put out, the contracts you sign, they're all basically selling your soul to the devil, and they cast spells on your stuff, and it's all evil, it's all satanic, and this if this doesn't tell you that, I don't know what else would. I don't know how else you could. There's not another way to really have much more evidence than this, in my opinion, because you look at some of this. Oh, Hitler, huh? Kushner, Messiah. Wonder what that's all about. I've always thought that dude was something to that dude. And I also think there's something to Barron Trump. I don't know. I'm watching those guys. I think they're probably, sometimes I wonder if they are maybe gonna, be the Antichrist beast. They seem like the type that might. And I don't know if you've noticed, but Barron Trump, he has gone from mini munchkin little kid to now he's 6'7". He's huge, he's like a giant. Nephilim. He is huge. And it happened pretty quick. There's something weird about Melania. There's always that weird thing about Trump is that there's those books by Ingersoll, and that reminds me. I think that we will find in our list here Ingersoll. He's the guy who wrote those books about Barron Trump and Donald Trump, the last president, back in the 1800s. If you don't know about that, you gotta check it out. Look at this, Melinda Gates. Dollar crash, monetary, a third wave. And this I saw, oh, here it is, Ingersoll, the author, and is also the name of the high school stadium in Olympia, Washington called Ingersoll Stadium. Very interesting. Necromancy, Kamal Harris. Receive a mark, Oreo cookie. So here's a perfect example. Why is Oreo cookie matching up? Well, it's because they're in our realm, and these corporations that probably, I don't know, is that Nabisco or something? Yeah, they're satanic. That's why. I'll make no ifs, ands, or buts about it. That's absolutely why, guys. It's why it's matching. These aren't coincidences, okay? E pluribus. That's what's on the dollar bill. Goyim or damned. Yes, we are. So let's see. The Great Obama Deception. Birthmark of Christ. The octopus, which reminds me of the Kraken. Oh, here it is where I was telling you guys about mayonnaise. See? Mayonnaise and Oreo cookies. Hexagram, the mark. And you know what's crazy about the hexagram? Is that's the same form as the graphene oxide in the vaccine. And also, if you look at the star, Venus, it is also a hexagram, and it's been really bright. And I have a P900, and when you zoom in on it, it is a six-sided star, and it's not a planet at all. And it looks like it has, like in the Bible, it says there's a wheel within a wheel. That's what it looks like. It looks like something's caged inside of it, and it's got an eyeball, and it's looking at you like the all-seeing eye, just like the all-seeing eye, or what's that song? I am the eye in the sky, watching your every move. That's what it seems like to me. Oh, of course, you got Madonna. Starlight, first star I see tonight. That's what they're talking about. Or Venus was a god of love. That's what, or if you wish on a little star. That's what they're talking about, is these stars, and I think that basically what it boils down to is Lucifer, the light bringer. Hogwarts. Oh, I wanted to, you guys saw up above there was one for Juan Saban, or Juan Saban. He is a guy that is like QAnon kind of guy, and he puts out a lot of interviews and whatnot. And I find it very interesting that he's showing up as a 666. I don't know if I'll be trusting any of his videos, although I have enjoyed some of his videos. It seems like he's knowledgeable, like military-wise, but it kind of seems like his cover's blown. With that, I'd like to look a little bit more into that, because Mr. Wano Saban, why are you coming up as a 666? You're supposed to be on our side. Mr. Podesta, Elon, Convergence, Alamo, Morgellon, Donald J. Trump. Not totally, but pretty close. The Archons. Cover the face. Cover the face. Beast test, martial law, bioimplant, Bill Gates, IBM, Adolf Hitler, Democrat agenda, Grand Rapids, Altry, absence of God, the ellipse. The ellipse is where January 6th happened, where Donald Trump gave a speech in the ellipse. So you see these things that are coming up that are like, it makes you wonder why they did that at the ellipse. It makes you wonder why we've got the olive tree, you know, on, I believe, our dollar bill, and it's symbolism all over the place. We are all one. I've covered this in the Let's Start World War III video by the group called New Order. There's an American flag in the beginning on the wall, and at the end it's a flag of all the nations on the wall, and it says we are all one.
Yeah, this group, World Order, Let's Start World War III, and then they've also got another video that's called the Next Phase, and again, I've documented these things in previous videos, so please feel free to like and subscribe and hit the like button, and also be get alerts as I post new videos. But you can also go back through my archives and check out, hopefully find some of those things pretty interesting and help you to get kind of up to speed on some of the things I talked about. I just don't have the time to go over it again. We're kind of at critical mass, and this is where the rubber hits the road, and there's just not enough time in the day, and I spend too much time fiddle fussing with some of the editing, and you know, video editing is kind of a pain in the butt. And I realized, I just went back and listened to some of this, and I don't know, for whatever reason, some of the audio, there's some static, and I do apologize. I hopefully will be figuring out what that is. I'm just using like a USB headset, so it's not like anything fancy, but I've never had that issue before, so hopefully it's, I don't know, maybe it's like just some static in the I don't know, the connection of the wire. Hopefully I can get it cleaned out or something. Anyway, I think that's it for today. I've got plenty more to share, a lot, but as I said earlier, I just kind of want to keep this video at a digestible length, and I think this is a good cut-off point. One thing I wanted to just say is that for those of you that are just joining in on this conversation, welcome. You really have a lot of catch-up to do. There's a lot to learn, and I'm not even sure that you can learn it all in the amount of time that we have left on in this realm, but we'll do whatever we can to try to like help you along. And then for those of you that have been around and part of this conversation with me and with others for a spell, I appreciate you being here, and I usually always love the comments. Keep them coming, and hopefully you're not bored to tears, and hopefully there's some new things, and buckle in for the next video, because I've got some totally bombshell discoveries that have actually just come to light in the last like 24 hours, and so I'm gonna be switching gears from this video, from part 1 into part 2 right now, and hopefully power through just power through and get it done and get it uploaded just as soon as I can. So anyway, Kimmy Trails out. Thank you all, and love always. Peace.